I was kind of concerned there for a little bit. That's why I kind of let the... Oh, fuck. Stream elements, come on, you're like 4 minutes late. So I kind of let it play out a little longer because it disconnected like twice in a matter of seconds, so I was a bit concerned. And thank you for the redeem, John! What is that? Together! Oh, that's kind of sweet. Thank you for redeem, John. And oh, is this the first time you've seen that opening? The starting screen? I thought you've seen it before. Wait, why are they the same? Why are they the same decibels? Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, so I thought you were gonna say it was gonna get more messier. Yeah, ooh, okay. I'm glad you like it. It is kind of my favorite types of tones. They're kind of like a little bit of high chimes and bells kind of situation. And no, that is the stove behind her. And it's been 6 months, hasn't it? It's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been 6 months, it's true. It's the stove behind her, John, don't worry. So, is your father alright, Susie? What's happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago. Wait a second. Did I fix my volume? Yep, okay, it's still the same. But that's why you, I mean, it was half a year ago. But that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So, I was surprised to learn you'd coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. Yeah, you really did. I'm surprised Ryunosuke forgot all about it. Nah, she's just some girl. She's this game's version of Watson. Where's my phone? Where have I chucked it? On my phone. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. Oh? It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. Okay? The International Forensics was the same synopsium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. It really is. I missed you, Susie. Yeah, she's 10 years old, and she already has a doctorate in medicine. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh right, the Hound of Baskerville. Come on, bitch, tell. I'm dying to know. You must tell us everything that happened to you while you were back in Japan. You... right. While I was back in Japan, I have turned into a man. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. It's been there for like the last 3 streams, John. About you know who. About Kazuma! Oh my god, chill. Wait, why are you referring to him as like you know who? Like it's Voldemort or something? Like the one that shall not be named. I know. I'll tell you all that I can, okay. I'm so... Oh shit, all over your stuff. Opinions. You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased. Well, yes, it feels like I wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest. Oh. Oh dear. There seems to be a thread coming loose just there. Look. I'd be only happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Aww. Oh, thank you. I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that. Then take better care of it, please. It was all going so well until I ruined it. Ooh, okay, what do you have to say? Ooh, Kazuma. Okay, I'm dying to know all of this. Let's explore later. I am going to take you to Van Zeke's office, girl. It is so funny there. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, some games. Hello, some games. Hello. I'm fine. I almost didn't make it to the stream, actually. Because it was me who decided to eat some W's potato chips that I just found in the cabinets. I survived though, so here we are now. After that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's move changed entirely. Listen, people do weird things when they're hungry, and I was hungry. That awful trial? Ah yes, for the murder of Giselle Brett. Ooh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish you'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Can you please? Aw, man. I know she has a whole ass DLC costume, but what I would give to just have her cross-dressing costume as is. Yes, I suppose so. Oh no, Runo isn't ready. His gay ass isn't ready to see male Susato. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mrs. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter that there's something to do with the convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Narada included... Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Japan. Can I see? I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned white as a sheet. Why would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, and he stayed for 6 years! I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it is, then I intend to find the answer for myself, so here's to say that you didn't actually bring the issue up with your dad, huh? I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, this is actually the second game of the series. It's a really fun game. Everyone is so insane here. But also, yeah, it's very story heavy, so you're probably not getting anything of what they're saying right now. Oh, Susie! That's a very meaningful look from Susato that's giving Iris there. It's because of the book! I mean, a story! I think I just heard someone scream outside. Hope they're okay. Lord Stronghorn mentioned something about the symposium, too. Can they, like, be murdered some other time? I'm streaming. Stop screaming. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jikoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensics medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jikaku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jikaku who presided over the trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Same. Okay, wait, one moment. My webcam is about to absolutely fall off on my monitor. One quick second. Aw, man, I was really hoping I could sleep tight tonight. I even put up a 15-minute just starting stream. It was really nice when I didn't disconnect yesterday and I could sleep immediately after the stream. When it cuts up like this, I have to download all of the VODs and then splice them together, then upload them to my VOD channel. Okay, I guess we're back to that business again. Oh, well, anyway, as Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. Oh no! Did you just run away? So, I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. Oh. The most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said, anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Yeah, remember, Ryunosuke, how you just slept through that? Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. It lasted 12 hours. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to what yes. How trying for you. Okay, Giselle Brett, this bitch. Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongfully accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh yeah, we should probably be quiet about this lady, considering that Iris is right here. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence system has been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. So what's this? So who is she really then? Because clearly that was an alias, right? Didn't exist, but how could that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. Shin. So is she from the Chinese branch of something? Oh, that's why they were sending her back to Hong Kong. Ah, that's probably their home base, huh? A front? Who on earth is she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services has been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why, or even how, she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could that woman have been up to? Clearly, assassination! I'm afraid I don't really know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's been killed, while all the questions surrounding her existence remains unanswered. I'm afraid so. Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? What about Kazuma? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. Oh no, don't go back to him. I don't remember the voice I gave him. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on, and that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, and he died on that steamship. And that he'll never... Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell. Oh my god, good going, girl. I thought you were just not gonna do that. I'm so happy. And asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-san. And what did you learn? Was he silenced? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been? Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. Oh no, they threw him into the ocean! What? Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliff by our hometown. Wow, that's fucked up! Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotomo know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? The Kazuma mystery! You could have named it a better thing. You know, thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Burio were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Yeah, why didn't you? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo! It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? Well, yeah, the thing is, with Ryunosuke, we never actually saw the body. And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. Ah, you're right. You're right. So, if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would be that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. Sherlock! But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Mrs. Sato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's the Sato-san we're talking about after all. So, I probably shouldn't push it now. Iris is right there. Wait, do you have anything to say about this if I show this to you? About this? Oh, she does! About this paper, Mr. Sato. Yes! It's all about the great exhibition! I've been dreaming about it, you know? I was sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan. So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true. Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought then. Once we've helped Professor Harebrained out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And of course, we must invite Professor's good friend Lord Hansix as well. Oh, that's so nice of Susato to invite him. Your luck might not stretch that far. Okay, that's very nice of her. Okay, let's examine our... She's right there. I feel bad. Thinking back, that spade's been there since we first moved in, hasn't it? I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruto. It's not a spade, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. The great spade shovel war rages on. Aw, he misses that. Shut up, you missed that. Oh, I'm so looking forward to making use of tea again, Mr. Naruto. But you think I wouldn't like, given that I have not canned bitter flavors. But it is Susato-san's tea. And it's amazing what a little cake or something on the side can do. I would dearly love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside our matcha green tea. But I suppose it's simply not possible given how long we've been staying here in London. Well, I do like the little chocolates you put in with my tea. They go wonderfully. Ah! Oh, Mr. Naruto, you would, wouldn't you? That gives me a warm glow inside for some reason. Aww! That's so cute! You have water gently boiling in the stove, I see. It feels wrong somehow if I can't hear water bubbling away. And we have plenty of logs. It's not like we have to worry about paying gas. Where are the logs coming from? It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire's burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside, and it could be a matter of life and death. Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death too, if you ask me. Oh, well, perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later. I miss her. You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. Are we good? You gave some false starts there, my dear fellow. Man! I really don't know if it's like an OBS problem. One of these days, maybe a week from now, I'll try using Streamlabs and see if I have the same problem with disconnecting. The only problem is I'm kind of too lazy to move all of my shit there. All of my settings. Okay, don't lie down then. You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruto. No more excuses. But Mr. Sato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. On a minimum of 5 times. Hi, Flop! Did you come in exactly? I was cut off. I mean, I'm telling you, the average is around 7 or 8. It's kind of sad that I can have an average. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy routine. Still can beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here. Let's be real, Ryunosuke. Oh yeah, I want to see what she has to say about the picture. That was taken when I left London, wasn't it? I have the same photograph and display in my room at home in Japan, you know. I wondered if we'd ever be able to. Oh, would ever all be together again, to be honest. Oh, I know, so did I. But here we are, and I'm quite sure there's a reason we've been brought back together. I can't deny that having Susato back again makes me feel as though fate has something big in store for us. And it starts with a K and ends with an A. I see your Daruma still has only one eye filled in. Well, we agreed that it's something to do together, didn't we? We could do it right now if you like. I'd be happy with that. I rather like the anticipation, Mr. Naruhodo. Aww. Hi, Iris. Your room through there seems to be exactly as you left it. I've still never seen inside. I've never been invited. Of course not. Only Iris is allowed in my room. No doubt I'll be hearing you two giggling away in there again then. Aww. I'm so pleased to see that our sea creatures doing well in the aquarium. Yes, the prawns are still swimming, and the anemones are still swaying. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I look at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. Oh dear. They're like part of the family now. Apparently, Sherlock ate one of the family. I don't suppose they'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker. Her desk? I left your desk completely untouched, Mrs. Sato, so it would be ready for you whenever you return. It's beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust on it anywhere. You've been cleaning in my absence, Mr. Naruhodo. Whatever next? Well, I wouldn't allow my great assistant's desk to sit there gathering dust, could I? Aww. It really is exactly as it was when I left. I'm so touched! But sadly, your desk is also exactly as it was too. Well, that's how it should be after all. Oh dear, I'd forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming. Aww. Susie is sweet to Nino's smile. Child. It must be about a year ago now. Okay. See ya, John. I read a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Merlin's greatest exploits. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then, Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it. And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So, nobody knows anything about it, apart from Harley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting! The Hounds of the Baskerville. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! Okay, lore? I'm only sorry that I've kept it from you for so long, Iris. Ooh, this is a different music. Ooh, I like this. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's studies, and I saw something in his writing desk. A large box of papers. And there was a label affixed on the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Okay. What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and... Susato, what are you doing? Oh, Father! Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget you just ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anyone else about this. Do you understand? But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I should never have guessed. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. And there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I have no doubt that Father had a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. Am I kind of insane in thinking that that wasn't really something to be kept secret? It's literally just, oh, I saw the title in my dad's office. Like, sure, now you have reason to doubt him, but back then it was literally just, yeah, I just really saw it in my dad's office. I don't know why it was there. So, Mr. Naruto, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So, you're fully abreast of the situation already. Just like Kazuma, he was full of breast. Mrs. Sato, I'd expected nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call would be to investigate Mr. Drebber. The engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sort, by the sounds of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then, we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes, he must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find a man. It sounds like it's a case tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective. I'm pretty sure that's her, Luxo. Sippy sip. All the water went down my chest. Fuck. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market was too strong. Oh no, she's into the herbs. No! No! Let me go to his office! Let me in! Let me in! I'm literally that one meme of that guy shaking the cages. Let me in! Let me in! I mean, what are you thinking of, Plop? Do you have anything else to say? I finally managed to remember this behemoth's name, the Great Analytoscope. Oh my god, Plop, just literally shocked awake. I don't think it was here when I left Japan, was it? Oh, is that right? Yes, because it was in a pawnbroker. Ah, of course. Oh, that's giving me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. The office would be tidy at last. No! Don't even joke about it, Miss Sato. You are joking. your bag. I'm reading a fanfic to the side whenever this connects. There's all sorts of sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I get the feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. At least it said it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Shelf's brilliance. Okay, this is old shit. I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. And listen, it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. Stradivarius? This is Mr. Holmes' famous violin. Sholmes, I think. We don't know a Holmes here. That's a stupid thing. This is the one found sold for a pawnbrokery. What's it called again? Shoddy something? Ah yes, this wonderful instrument figures and the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. It's a world famous Stradivarius. What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruto. Stragivor. Are you even trying now? Well, we'll come back to this another time. Okay, this old. Natsu. Mr. Naruto, put your feet in the fire. Let's suffer from terrible birds. Okay. My eyes always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris uses as a coffee table. Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers? It is, so you'd think that they treat it with more care, really. But only the other day I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it. Oh no! I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to Mr. the furniture, though. Was it damaged? The chest is fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for about 10 minutes. Oh dear, that is a painful tale. Okay. And yes, Mr. Sholmes' curious collection of treasures. Added, and I do believe he's added to it since I last looked. Now there's a mysterious pin's nest, a mysterious little box, a mysterious horseshoe, a mysterious biscuit. That's Iris's wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. Just look at the little bottles she's, human in some way, so I had to cry for 20 minutes. I mean, he is a great detective, okay? So, he's not like us normal beings. He probably snorted copium, oh, not copium, opium to help with the pain, though. Just look at the little shelves she's squeezed into the bottles. Yes, and there are charming little ribbons tied around the bottles too. But the labels aren't quite as charming, are they? This one reads, "Deadly Poison." Oh, I've been so excited about the idea of helping Iris with her experiments, you know. Just try to avoid any bottles labeled "Deadly Poison" or "Highly Explosive." Why are you being a little bitch about it today, internet? Come on now. Iris's pretty little tea set is set out beautifully as ever. Look. Well, it's only by carefully taking care of the tea set that you can make good tea. Is that a roundabout way of telling me that I need to tidy my desk? Oh, Mr. Naruto, you do overthink things sometimes. If I remember correctly, this large imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. That's true. Nah, I think it also disconnected like 2 times before you arrived, Plop, so count that as 5. To think that every single one of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes blossomed from this very machine. Ah, it's such a dreamy thought. I actually had to go on it. Oh, okay, this is you. This isn't you. Where do we go next? Oh my god. No! Let me in, Susato! I want to visit! Haven't been here. I'm happy and excited about it. I think I just have to go through all of them? Who's that? Oh, who's that standing beside long Stronghorn? Long man. I wonder. I've never seen her. Okay, as a woman. Christ. The young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. It's apparently always gonna be a thing with my cases, Strongheart. Oh, you mean because of Professor Herbert's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Van Zix is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh no! No! Let me in! I want to speak with him! Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. Okay, at least you're sensible about it. The special suspension that prevents investigation at the the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensics investigation team will move in and deal with the scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Oh shh! It's kinda hot, I won't lie. She's kinda hot. Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you. Listen, I'll do anything for that cubbyhole. I really will. You weren't there during the stream where we actually went to his office. I was just, oh man, I was just close to pouncing on him. It's vampire number 2, not as hot as my vampire number 1. He will remain number 1 in my heart. Who is that? That was Dr. Courtney Seethe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. Oh, a coroner? Why? Oh no, please don't tell me she takes all of the blood from the dead corpses to drink. She's leading the forensics investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asbet. Yeah, I was wondering, who is like the, what do they call? General Attorney? Attorney General? Sorry, I cough. Who's the Attorney General now if it isn't Strongheart? Because apparently he's Lord Chief Justice. Who is higher than him? Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. Okay, well, you can find her in the forensics laboratory. Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So, he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Okay, what do we have to talk about? Is this all the same shit? Really gorgeous. These are all old. We've had this like conversation before. Yeah, I'm gonna assume everything is old. Lord Van Zix! What exactly is the forensics investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensics investigation team a year ago, unofficially of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago?
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. Who's the current Attorney General then? What do you mean? For too long, these scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burned in the fires of hell. Definitely not a villain! I intend to see it personally. Definitely not a villain! By creating the finest police force in the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. Look at his eyes. He means every word. Dr. Seth Sithei is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. I did not know. I did not need to know about your relationship. Oh shit, it's a villain. Now then, speaking of symposiums, Miss Mikotoba.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Your father should be in high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will.
God damn it! If you're gonna disconnect and reconnect anyway, why bother disconnecting? Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? Are we gonna get to the stream by the end of it, or what? Hello!
Hi, Plop.
It was many years ago, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. I want to know more about Lord Vanzix, but Dr. Mikotoba fine. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jikoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness, what are those words? The punctiliousness and politeness. The first word fucked me up so bad, I couldn't even say politeness correctly. Of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Jeez, that's a name. That's foreshadowing. Dr. Sith was also there then, as it happens.
Then, Dr. Sith knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it?
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years?
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh, perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. Oh! Are we gonna find out about that, or is it just a throwaway? Because I won't lie, that's interesting. What do you mean? Why? Yeah, I'm probably not where we should ask this one. Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Lord Van Zeeks! I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago. Well, going to the heart of the matter, I guess. By a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? And his theme starts playing. When his brother, Clint Van Zeeks, was murdered. It was just after young Baroque had graduated from the University of London to become a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that whenever Baroque Van Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my god, are we calling his brother the Reaper? Oh my word! So, Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper? It's the ghost of his brother? Oh wait, that was Ryunosuke. Oopsies! Fuck. So, Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his dead brother. Oops, sorry. Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Tell me more about it! Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest! In fact, you could say I was barely aware of this subject at all until recently. At least it's honest. Well, the special suspension legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Seed's team of forensics experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage as long as you touch nothing. Thank you! Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too! Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparations for the Synopsium, you understand. Okay, bye! No location. Renlin Laboratory. Let's go here first. That's so cute! I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though I've taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowd at this point. Has it? I shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Ryunosuke ADHD King. Jesus. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, that's probably Gina. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your bugs love for long. Oh no, oh dear. Oh, Inspector Gregson, I see you're hard at work as usual. Well, greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since you last met. What's with all this ceremony? We just saw each other in the court this morning. Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh! Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. Might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Okay, see ya, Pop. Hopefully my stream doesn't keep dying, it's killing me. Thanks for stopping by, Plop. See ya. Right, well, that's the young trainee to me. Oi! Get over here, Gina! That is so cute! She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the dedication bug, if you ask me. She's got the detection bug. Yep, I think she'll follow my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh no! Really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Oh no! Is Gregson gonna die? Because of the 4 names. Gregson was one of the 4 names that were all assassinated. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Haha, not likely. But you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. Oh no, Gregson. I'm so worried about you now. Literally 3 of the 4 names were dead. Quotation mark dead. And you're the only one. No, Gregson. I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France! It's an entirely different country! I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, sunshine. Now, don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. No! I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what will become of her? I suppose she's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Nado, though. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Why? Why do you guys think Manzing should do that? Oh, of course. So, that's playing in Inspector Gregson's mind, too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. I gotta get that private diva safe and sound. Aww! Until all this is over, at least. Oh, you're acting all ominous. You know something, huh? Oi! Did you just call me Bloomin' Davin Diva again? So you heard that, did ya? Right, well, any questions about the scene? You can put them up with the capable detective diva there. Oh, you're the boss? Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now. I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Are you gonna pick her up? Yes! It ain't great. Thomas is his name. Oh no! Look at the puppy. Look at the puppy. Oh, how delightful. It's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely, but it's a not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. No, pick him back up! All this should have been expected. Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and here's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All the clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Harebrained. I do feel sorry for him that his dream has been shattered like that. Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ha 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 ha! Ouch. I'm a bad person. Okay? Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it in such close proximity with my own eyes. You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Mrs. Sato? Oh, yes! When I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. About this Oh, look! A flying balloon! I've never seen one in the flesh before. I can't understand how they can fly. It's so high up as well. Oh, but think of the view, Mr. Naruto. You must be able to see for miles and miles. I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out. I'm sure you're perfectly safe. After all, they've been inventing some kind of they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded. I'm sure there are other ways to fly. What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that. Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll would have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time, bird cages will rain down on all of you. Your fate is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yubei University? It wasn't by studying alone! Okay, I love that. At least he's fucking aware. Oh my god, N and H to look up. What are these controls? These to be B and M and then N and H. These are not normal, my god. That's just a Gina. Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Alright. Well, if it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna play it with my friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. The machine that exploded must be on the top of the stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind... Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh! It's like I told Otto yesterday, even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch that? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you were thinking of? You can remember this, but you cannot remember that like Bohemian boy's name. That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensics something. The forensics investigation team. Is that what you were thinking about? That's the one. Yeah. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. I suppose he had permission from some bigwig or others as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one! Yeah! Apparently, he's always wanted to time or something.
Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart.
You what? You met him? Last time I was called to go and see him. I waited for 3 hours in the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Tragic.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the seed, as long as we touch nothing.
Oh, yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all that about Bud, are ya?
I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic. Alright then. Them sisters, off you go.
Oh, thank you, Gina.
Today's trial. Toby the dog! It was great, weren't I? I had a laugh. It was a new one on me, that. It was a new one on me, Dad. You know, being caught and not spending a whole time worrying, I'm about to be found out.
You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you?
Yeah, and Otto's made things odd for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you shoved that professor's dodge experiment was a total fix.
The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Nanhoda's client.
Yes, I'm starting to wish who was in those scenes. Oh my god, same. It's the boss I feel sorry for. Start off to do the impossible.
What do you mean?
It's supposed to go, baby. And time for tomorrow now. You know, the dodgy engineer, what's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. That's the one, yeah.
So the police are looking for this mysterious man with a black monocle. I guess they would be.
It's putting too much of the boss, if you ask me. This is giving me a good ache. Aww.
Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food.
Engineer's whereabouts. So, Scotland Yard are still trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber.
I wonder if they've had any luck.
It's really funny looking. Got two eyes, don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually picture it or nothing. The old devil's got it.
Sorry? Who?
You know, Scout Reaper was always plugging down glasses in a blood-red plunk.
Ah, Lord Van Zeeks.
He's always at it in front of me, that cove. Always scowling about mine. That's just his face, babe. Don't worry about it. Probably should have been a pretty good boss, as it goes. Would have been really? She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice as a detective's trainee. Sorry, Gina. Apparently the spot's already taken. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-guggling demigod, I'm gonna tell Andrea Ryunosuke, I can't believe you'd call Van Zeek's dad Jesus. You're equally badly off with both. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Let me put that one to bed. Oh wait, the point is, everyone's at the odds dead set on finding that fishy engineer. But that don't seem to be a clue to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Dr. Drebber at all? Toby the dog! Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina? Come on, pick him up again. Boy, don't be so flaming rude, Otto. Slight overreaction, don't you think? Ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's... How'd they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. He's so cute. Sorry? I'd give it a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? He's so cute. Ooh, and he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they've already been used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a fairly good smell myself, does it happen? Rinosuke, do you want me to put you on a leash then and have you like sniff the ground? Sounds like something you'll be into. I can tell undergarments have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Okay, weird flex. Ah, that's nothing compared to this little fella, Otto. He's so cute. Oh, really? According to what the boss said. She's so cute. Once Silver's got a good whiff of your drawers, he can change the sun to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Yes, that's what we're focusing on. Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by rather a wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill of swimming. Have you never seen a dog swim before? I'm telling you, Otto, there's gonna be more and more dogs. Don't end up bidding the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right. One of these days, they'll be barking orders at us lot. Not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about, Toby here is Britain's first police dog. I found him down at the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out in the street. Ooh, there you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. They seriously haven't put out the sparks? There's gonna be a whole ass fire here. Oh my! So, this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went in order to obtain the research grant. No, the professor was strict as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never would have seen such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh look, is that... Lord Van Zeeks? Oh, this is our date. We're going on a date. We're going on that Ferris wheel, and then we're going to wait until we're at the very top, and then the Ferris wheel suddenly abruptly stops, and then we're gonna. So I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sato? Already? He is the Ripper, remember? We're too well to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at the wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it would have bent her still will. That's not what I clicked at, but okay. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted at the blast. And when what they call the bird cage was right in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruto, the metal grill on the floor looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, and the bird cage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I think there's no doubt that this was very elaborate hoax, is there? No, not yet. This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the bird cage. According to what the Professor Heroine said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion when then falling from great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderful durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruto? I understood that the forensics investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still... This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Did you take? Did you take the entire whole ass? Who was this? Ah, look here, Mrs. Sato. Oh, yes, the wood is cracked and broken around. I suppose because it fell from such a height? Yes, from a height of which the balloon was flying down into the crystal tower. A fall about 30 feet or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Oh, that's information. That's it? That was the only thing there? Okay. I mean, it did update it. It's just all one big thing. Even the balloons? Fuck. Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing? That's exactly what I thought when I saw it first. It makes you think, doesn't it? If only I had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened. That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next, in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I would never have said something like that. Okay. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those temari handballs floating in the sky. Aw, that's a cute way to describe them. Temari handballs. You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here. Sorry, the feeling of wanting to ride in one and wanting to never set foot in one are fighting it out inside me. But if you don't look while you're walking, you might fall from the stage. I don't think I noticed. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. Ryunosuke, for fuck's sakes, you petty king. I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruto. It would much be safer that way. Okay, is that all? Okay, the bird cage is the only thing we got. Okay, go back down. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Ah! Most approachable man in the world winner. 10 years in a row. Don't be fucking rude. Be strong, Mr. Naruto. You're country and your assistant stand firm behind you. That's the problem. Lord Van Zeeks?
What?
Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it?
I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs, and the fucking music starts blasting.
Oh, I read them.
So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited.
Ah, well, the thing is, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. We already took one thing.
And yet, you've managed to disturb me!
Fuck! Okay, you got me there! Ah!
Never mind. State your business then.
Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks. Please, for the love of God, please do not tell me you are bringing up his brother to his face. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. As a way, Mr. Narada, you won't know unless you try. You're literally leading with that. Okay. Wait a minute, I have to share this with the gals. Okay, let's ask. He's probably gonna fucking kill us. Oh, he doesn't have his sword, which is outside. That's weird. So, Clint. Was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks?
You Nipponese always have to be on guard whenever... I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, anyway, it's a bit like that.
My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family.
Ah, I was also a prosecutor. I see.
But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
Poor guy. The professor, you mean?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's so... There's something about the way they types it on fucking Van Zeeks that weirds me out. Is something funny.
That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
Sorry? There's more to it then.
Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
Well, at least we're back to the racism. You're too kind. Are you going to tar all the ponies with the same brush next? He's been doing that, Ryunosuke, since day one. Why are you doing this?
Okay.
No, do not autoplay.
So, tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Wait, let me just save. It's been, I don't know, 2 hours? Scenes. This is it. Are you aware of Madame Tussel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month, I featured in one of the displays there for... No!
course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be an exhibit, wouldn't he? Is it still there? Can I give it a kiss? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork, which... Wait, you mean...
Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak.
I was unaware of that.
His throat is white as a sheet. My man! My man! Are you looking at that complexion? If he goes any whiter, I'm pretty sure he'd go back to the fucking... he'd go to being transparent. Can I... Ooh. Okay, fine. You like Trevor. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already?
Surely that goes without saying.
You're very keen to see him found as well. We're very keen. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So, I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but, we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns.
Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here for an investigation 10 years ago.
10 years ago? I saw like the tiny thumbnail and I thought it was gonna be hot, but...
Though it appears he already had the black monocle at the time. What?
Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. You're usually very keen on keeping evidence to yourself at court.
Well, we all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So, why wouldn't I show you the photograph?
What is it about Lord Van Zieks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. I bet I can work him out, but in a more physical way. Photograph has been... That was 10 years ago, so I don't think the street names and such can work. What are you doing here? You're not allowed to see the light of day?
The file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you.
Ooh, he does know how to be polite. Yeah, Susie? Yeah, Susie? Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Ziek's apprentice, apparently. So, I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. I'm giving myself a foot cramp because of how much like I'm curling my toes and I see that. Lord Van Zieks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why?
He just laughed! Kazuma-sama!
Kazuma...
I don't believe it. Your poster. Your presence. It can only be... It's you! Isn't it, Kazuma-sama? I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late.
What's going on here?
Are you... Yeah. Can you tell me, does your apprentice have a stupid fucking bowl cut?
What is your interest in my apprentice exactly?
Well, it might be hot, and you know, my boyfriend just died. You are being racist against me. Mr. Sholmes doesn't have any money, so you know, looking for a side piece.
You act as if you know the man or something.
Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't really have any. I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him.
It really fucked me up. All my nerves are fried because of that.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
But he didn't tell you why, did he?
The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
Fucking typical! Bitch! He has amnesia?
Tomorrow, he will appear in court at my side.
What?
He is to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders.
So, run it by me again. You're teaching an amnesiac the law? Yeah, sure. I'm sure there aren't any easier ways to do that. He'll be in court with us.
Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. So what is his name? What have you been calling him? Just apprentice? Mr. Sato-san called out like that. It really seemed to hit a nerve when she called out Kazuma-sama. Let me see your fucking face, boo. You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, yesterday in fact, at Lord Van Ziek's office. Let me tell you, it was a fucking circus inside that office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. I'm going to need to speak to him about that. Takes out sword. Bitch.
You're going to have to leave now. The forensics investigation teams are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems? Anything we can take on?
Foreign affairs problems.
Right, I've learned to not touch those. Okay, bye. Well, we can do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mr. Sato. Thank you so much, Van Ziek. Mwah, mwah. Of course. Hi, Gina. Okay. And can we present for her the pics? Nope. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no reaction. What? Gina? We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Oh, what? If it's around here, we can do it. And like, wait, we've done this before. Dougie! Oh my god, Darth! You miss me going absolutely feral. Van Zeeks was there, and then the fucking masked apprentice was there. Jesus, I went absolutely insane. Like my brain was actually fried. Okay, let's speak to the forensics if they can tell us anything about the corpse. Oh my god! What are those? I believe this is it, Dr. Sight's laboratory. The chemicals smell really assaults the nose, and there's plenty of assaults in the eyes here too. Jesus Christ. It looks as though the doctor isn't here, but we're here now, so you may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you are, Mrs. Sato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. I'm pretty sure there isn't, because it's not no one was watching me, I believe. Oh man, Darth, like the things you miss. We've actually been able to go to Van Zeek's office, and we with Iris, with the child of all people, and we literally just been the rudest assholes while we were there. Like, there's painting of him. It really isn't his hand. They really made him more handsome than he is in real life, and such like comments. Well, look at this! What a magnificent display case! The cherry wood has been polished to high sheen, and the intricate carvings is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Mrs. Sato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? And that's how I cope! Copium. I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Okay, burbs. That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. I was afraid they were going to say that. Right, darn. I'm just saying. We went fucking insane because Mari was also here, and we just absolutely lost it. And then just before you came, we saw Van Zeeks again and his apprentice, and it was And since you're here, I'm pretty sure I can say it now, but there's suspicion that his apprentice is Kazuma Asogi, Ryu's best friend, and I'm not ready. I've been trying very hard to tell myself that they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Dada medal in display in the office instead. Ooh, a diary. Shit, we're snooping. Look at this big... I thought that my eyes literally crossed when I saw that, and I thought, look at this big dick. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensics investigation team's spendings, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchased various equipments and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather Strange. Really? In what way? Apparently not. That's the twist. Apparently he's not dead. And we don't know how he got there. They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500 scalpels? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too. It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using them for? Oh no! I wanted to explore more! What are you doing here? It's probably the lady. Ah! I was gonna say she was really hot at like a 45-degree angle, but like the front view was not so good. Those like things in its hair look like very weird earlobes. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so. Listen. Ew, I'm not to self-diagnose, but I'm pretty sure I'm like halfway dyslexic. So you thought you'd steam around? That's acceptable to the people in the East, is it? Oh, I see. So you're another racist. Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asman's body, I mean? So, we came to ask you about your findings. On Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has... Is that a snake on your hand? Has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Examine more, bitch. I suppose this is Dr. Seed's desk. I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy now, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Imagine how efficient she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. He's a baby. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in this cabinet, what an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. That's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Poetically, you know, it's get poetic. What these trunks are so. There's this huge ass saw. Oh wait, it's part of the thing. Apparently the saw isn't of concern. Neither is the blood-stained bed. These tools. A table instead of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So, why is it that when you put them together side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing that large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder though. How can anybody concentrate on brickwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd better have to have a cast-iron constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell. Okay, and it should be glass. Those large jars seems to have pale things floating inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something, or like pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Please do not eat them. Ah, Father had jars like those in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in the preserving solution, probably as examples for some rare medical condition. Mrs. Sato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine to never know about. Ever. Oh! So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they? Of course! Ryunosuke is just gaslighting himself. Your findings? Okay. At least we'll make this short. So, you want to know what the forensics investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Adi Osman, had disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and Mr. Asman, who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we could only speculate about how it was carried out.
Let's see, if two people who look very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if the single person had such places, couldn't they?
Very true, but sadly, in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints on the scene make it quite evident. Oh, we have fingies now, I see. Only 6 months ago, those weren't part of the allowed to be taken into court as evidence. Ah, fingies. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence. Ah, I see. Okay, so they still have it. Okay, sorry. Evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Ooh, her smile.
Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us?
My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to another. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Oh my god! Mama? Okay. Okay, Darth. All ears. I'm all ears. Mama? Wait, is she in card records now? Jesus Christ! Who is this fucking 2012's emo character that would have like a background of Linkin Park's crawling in my skin? Did I just call it crawling in my skin? What was the fucking name again? Crawl? Courtney C, Scotland Yard coroner. I really like her except for the fucking 2 pieces of hair. I know, I said it earlier, Dar. She really is hot. I just really don't like those 2 pieces of hair because that and her skin color, it looks like she has really long earlobes, and the gold parts are her earrings. Shit, what voice do I give you? I can't give you a voice if I can see your face.
Mama, what is this?
Ah! Where did she come? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh, ow, ow. Hello. To meet you? Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Mama? Yes? Can I cut this one? Oh! Please, no. I'm assuming that's probably on purpose, though. Like, I don't know what her theme is, but it's probably on purpose to look like that. But still, I would still absolutely smash
Can I cut this one up?
What?
I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like.
Oh god, okay, I'm not into this. I'm not into this.
Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, so you can very well, as you can very well see.
How boring.
I think I just had a near-death experience.
Oh dear, Mr. Naruto, you're as pale as a corpse.
Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Oh damn. I can't remember. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? You free this Friday?
Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office.
Ah, the racism rears its ugly head again. And there's such impertinent Easterners around. How terrible.
Yes.
She doesn't miss her word, Mrs. Sato. Let's get out of here. I think perhaps it's time we left. Okay, fine, I'm leaving. Where else haven't we been yet? We haven't been to prison.
Let's talk to Hairbrain.
What the fuck are you doing? What's he doing? Exactly my words, except a few words less. He's... Oh my! The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations! And he's still writing more now! Professor, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo! And who is this young lady?
My name is Hisato Mikotaba, and I'm Mr. Naruto's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Oh, if only I met a refined young woman like you. Oh, ew, disgusting. Step back, man, step back!
None of this would have happened.
No, we do not entertain that. Move back, sir, move back. No, it's not logical. It makes no sense at all.
Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you.
I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you. I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh no! No. The whole thing, this whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot! Oh shit, I spat all over my mic there, Jesus. It's all over my pop filter. Well, at least you're aware. So, are we going to play nice now? And are you not going to interrupt my fucking defense arguments just as I was winning?
Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell?
Oh, you see, you mean that? Oh dear, embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass a super high level instantaneous kinesis, maybe? Oh, no, actually, this is my autobiography. Okay, glad to know you have given up on me.
Your autobiography?
How was I diddled and fiddled? How were you fiddled, you say? Oh, I don't know how personal autobiographies can get, but please, keep your sex life to yourself. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with any odd numbers in an instantaneous set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
You have paper and pen right there. What are you saying about the wall and chalk, bitch?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the Kinesis machine, you see. So, it's going to be a just serial publication from next month's Part 1, An Odd Bird, An Odd Upbringing.
You can't beat a man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if you talked a little about the case?
Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled! I was diddled!
Sorry, I had to fucking drink for that.
I was diddled, I was fiddled by the pair of them. Ooh, steamy, a threesome, you say? My husband, and by that aloof engineer, Trevor.
Oh my god. Shit, I really took the wind out of me, fuck. We're going to have to sit through an explanation of these equations, are we? The morning trial.
Everything I believed in, it has been turned on its head. My research, my harassment, the Kinesis machine, my hypothesis even.
I'm sorry if it's come to this. There was really no other way.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public.
No, of course you didn't.
But in court this morning, I realized something.
By two, Jesus! This is one steamy autobiography, Darth. Oh?
If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me.
Oh, Professor.
He believed in me this morning, you know. Baruch did. He believed in my hypothesis.
I think that was just him making a case against you because his entire case hinges on the fact that it worked. Well, I think that was just an unnecessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case, yeah?
No, Baruch wouldn't do something like that.
Sure, you know him better than me, apparently.
I'm sure. He genuinely believed it.
Did he?
I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean.
Okay. Manzi!
After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even.
I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there.
So, if any other prosecution had taken the case, if it had anyone other than Baruch, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense.
And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Baruch insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
Yeah. You can really see that Van Zieks can be nice sometimes in very untoward ways. You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed.
Says the man who apparently forgets his name sometimes.
He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it.
And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit into the kind-hearted soul idea? Okay, by the ass man himself. Man, imagine if you this guy, as if he was alive in this century, and they had the conversation, are you a boobs man or an ass man? And he was just fucking born with it.
Do you think he set out to trick me for the very sort?
I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes.
When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the papers I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused, he was so empathic.
As an empath. But in reality, he was a mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems.
I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially set to a set decoration for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it, it was just some small trick. It wasn't just some small trick. It was an elaborate feat of deception.
All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We wanted to research, but we can afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe.
It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber. Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler?
It's about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the Kinesis machine.
But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist?
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
Mr. Asman is crazy to me. You call it crazy, I call it convenient. He just has like a preference by choice now. He never has to worry about whether he likes boobs or ass more. He is just full on dedicated to the name. I see.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts?
I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the Kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once. I did visit his workshop.
I respect it though. He like me. Same. I have to say I think I also am an ass gal.
What workshop? Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructs my great machine.
Really? Why didn't you mention this before?
Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance you might find a man there.
Okay, give the address. So, you've been to Drebber's place of work then?
Just once, you understand. It was an enormous place, plenty of rooms to construct the Kinesis machine, you see.
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there.
Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is.
Why? Why are you so difficult? A fellow intellectual? I mean, I know, right?
I'm so sorry!
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there! This is how you get fiddled and diddled, Jesus Christ!
He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place is incredible! The pinnacle of modern engineering! Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of the imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secrets formulae and use that instead! What do you think, Mrs. Sato? Use the machine for your next birthday! Use the machine? I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Narado. I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. Oh, really? I don't suppose you know even parts of the workshop address, Professor? You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example. The man was clearly very cautious, Mrs. Sato. I'm not sure. Aha! Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Look, for fuck's sakes. But let me see that. Throw etiquette to the event, why don't you? Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. Ooh, but we can use the dog. No. Oh well, I can say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Okay. That's all you're good for now. Let's see. What's this? This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Harebrained mentioned something of the oil Mr. Drebber used, didn't he? He said it is specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that's more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount out there. Okay, let's present that to Gina. Goodbye. I'm not assuming this is like. I'm gonna save. I'm assuming that isn't optional. We're eventually going to need to find ourselves where Sherlock is at Madame Tussauds. Now let's give this to Gina. Hi, Gina. About this, Gina. Yeah, still learning my letters at the moment. Gina. I only know A and E. So if it ain't too much bleeding trouble. How do you write your name? Ah, actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Oh, come. It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. And I'll say, let's have a look down. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right! You mean Toby! His sense of smell is so good, he can track people over the ocean, can't he? Professor Harebrained informed us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. I think he's picked up a scent. So I mean, if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to the Dodgy Cove's workshop. That's right, and that's exactly what we're hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll borrow that. Well, wait, when did you... What's a pickpocket? If I could lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's bosses before next week.
Oh, Jimmy's a pretty cutie. Oh, yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Gregson. Okay. Right then, Otto, leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna go in after the Dodge engineer girl right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all this time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to go on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what's get in the neck. Now it'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. What did you tell me? Got the all set, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later.
I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to the Swindler's workshop.
Yes, I hope so too. Ideally, before the dog swims across the channels to press. Alright, that's true. Well, I think we've done all this investigation we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down.
Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? Yep, there it is. We're gonna speak to him eventually.
We have things to discuss and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit.
Yes! Iris told me all about his latest unusual ventures.
Huh? There we go. Oh no, the old man isn't here anymore.
Oh my! No wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heel and go straight home, via the confectionery.
Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that.
But you know, there's something about that waxwork over there.
Yeah, it's still there.
It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail.
Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that the temporary waxwork himself. Ah, the friend of me dedicated employee.
Oh, yes, hello.
Any professional detective enjoyers? I mean, as you can see, and he's right there. And am I enjoying him? Who knows?
Oh yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I must say, I am quite spellbound by the... Fuck, here we go again. By the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. What, really? You don't mean...
I wanna see.
But yes, the mystery is solved already. How you been doing today, homie? You good? So a little backstory. I almost didn't make it to the stream because earlier I was so hungry and I just found an open bag of chips in our coffee cabinet and I just ate it. I don't know how long it was open or how long it was left there, but I was hungry so I ate it. And I was getting some tummy aches. But we're here anyway, so there we are. Yeah, she's really hot. Oh, Darth. There are so many hot women in this case. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So, you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes.
His habitual duties?
I mean, I almost got dragged away from work early today. Ooh! Rip. But it didn't take place.
Alos, do not disturb, huh?
Why didn't you get well, wouldn't that be good? You got work off early, but it didn't happen. What's wrong? Why didn't it happen, Aunt?
Poor Susato-san. She looks very perplexed.
Okay. Oh my god! Oh my god, is she okay, Aunt? Holy shit.
Oh, what a horrifying scene! A murderer caught in a grisly act.
She's definitely hot. I know it. And in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. Why were we wondering? Oh, okay, I'm glad though, I'm glad. Did someone... Was it like a full-on car crash? Like someone tailwinded her or something? Or did she crash into like another... Or did... I don't know the definitions of car crashes, but I'm glad she's okay though.
I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely.
And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance?
What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares.
Ah, now we have a new theory. Churi. Ooh, that's happened to me before, but it was like a public transportation actually. I was in a jeepney, and then like I don't remember if it was a van or a truck, but something like that happened with the jeepney I was riding on. Yeah, I'm glad she's safe. Yes, the heavy curtains of the middle of the House of Horrors. I wanna see whether it's on the other side of them. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's gonna be terrifying, don't you?
The sign says it's Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside.
I know, can you believe that? Pay more money? As if we haven't been scared enough already? Ryunosuke is having a day. First he went to like the coroners, and now he's back here.
It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Huh? Wait, what about these? That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though.
I'd understand that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet... You do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you?
Wait, what about the... Oh, really? You are investigatable?
This one's posture reveals his weakness.
Sorry?
The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato smash, and finally a Susato smash.
Right.
And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him.
A Susato slam?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's rather hard to explain.
Please do not demonstrate on me.
Leave yourselves open slightly, and I'll demonstrate.
No, please. Absolutely not. So you little shithead.
We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he?
Susie! Sometimes you're the entire brain cell of the Baker Street gang, and sometimes you have none. Why is he like this? Go back to being a waxwork. Stop moving. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh! What do you mean?
He just dissolved. Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I, the world famous great detective. Great detective at Waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes. She passed out! Susato-san! Susato-san! Oh no! Susie! My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty-free deduction at some point. As long as it's not a questionable street food quality. Hey! I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secretive identity, you understand? Though, the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my dear fellows. Oh, my good fellow, I've been demoted. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food as far as your day for that matter. Aww, baby. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So, how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Ah, yes. It's a modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and at the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing! Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps. The ransom demanded was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tusples at all cost. A hungry young Iris awaits my return at Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense you have some business with this great waxwork? Kazuma's death! I was drinking. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Draper. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the Kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sort too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have a good. It was capital to have good ideas before one has data. Data. How do British say it? I say data. If I knew something of the man's appearance at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Trevor's appearance. Fortunately for you, however. Presently, I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. He eats the picture! As soon as I find any clues, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thought on it. No, I want to focus on this. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us?
Madam, Mr. Naruto, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship, your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was a murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? Not everyone says it different. Ah. We met him today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in a murderous atmosphere at the moment. Sholmes, no. Don't give me this weekend's excuse. Be real with me, my man. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruto? I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, that wasn't... Usually when it does that, it annoys me. Well, it doesn't annoy me. It doesn't annoy me. It makes me happy because, you know, he's funny. He's a funny guy. But at the time, it really sounded forced. And he was like desperately trying to like appease them. And like, you know, when someone tries to lighten the mood but it doesn't work. Ah, man. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives, I want to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. It's serious, but still. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I am afraid that is all I can say. Sholmes, come on, don't do this to me, man. You're squeezing my balls here. Ah, no, I'm not satisfied with that. There's his fucking face. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, an Englishman look all Englishmen look broad with the same, of course. So, looking at this photograph would be particularly intrusive? What? What is it now? Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Sholmes is going for some stuff. Like, the other stream, we confronted him about what happened to Van Zeek's brother, and now we're confronting him about Kazuma's death, and now apparently this picture is throwing him off. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. See? He is having some close shaves. He is having some he's going for some sort of things. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruto. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I expected to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork I explained even. When missing Maxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstated it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Is Enoch? Or is Drebber the wax? Oh, yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Oh, well, we do have rather pressing investigations to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone.
The price is very reasonable, 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Scholes? The fucking British came out of Ryunosuke in that one. Are you quite serious, Mr. Scholes? Surely, you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is of seriousness or silliness. You always look silly. I can never tell with you, that's the point.
Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's my 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse at your leisure.
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see this special exhibit.
It's the wax circus of Drebber, isn't it? Through those heavy curtains at last. Oh my god, wait. That is gonna be so fucked up. Wait, no! The professor should be dead. Right? Did they ever mention that Van Zieks prosecuted him? 5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. We can ask Gina to retrieve it for us using her special skills.
Ryu is a sponge. Unfortunately for him, the British is getting absorbed very heavily. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Oh no! Gina, please don't diddle the detective. Is that what makes Britain great? Is that what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Ryunosuke is so done with Great Britain, he just wants to go home.
Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think.
Okay, what are we seeing? Oh my god!
Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as you walked in.
Mrs. Sato! I say we return to rehearsal and go straight home via a really big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already.
Me with horror games. True. Actually, now that I'm looking a little more closely, we've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. I don't know, man. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything in this place. Also, that's a great, so bottoms up.
This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved.
Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes, we will get what we paid for.
Is that fear or frustration that's making Susanta's voice tremble? Okay, wait.
He went quiet when he saw the picture. I don't know what significance it might be. Who's this man? This part of the exhibit is just disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too, look. Please don't go over the spade or shovel debate here. Perhaps I should investigate it in a little more detail. Are you gonna turn? Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that. The music is fucking with me. It's adding like small wooden taps, and whenever that happens, I'm like looking at some place like, where is that tapping coming from? The music is fucking with me. What's this here? Well, it would appear to be the lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Show's skin prints? I think perhaps we should treat Mr. Show's inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the camera? Why would be a man in the graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps because he was trying to capture the moment the dead body coming back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. I don't think we're allowed to take that. By looking at the photographic plates inside the camera, we can see what picture. What? What photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special illusion that reacts to the light coming from the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. Alright. I'm trying to. You should see yourself, Suzuki-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? I can't look at the course records while I'm here. What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was this man doing with a shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night? Sasato-san. Yes? That's... shut the fuck up, Ryunosuke. Shut the fuck up, not the time. That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No, shovels for digging. This is for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been for this, Mr. Naruto. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trolls. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. But is it... So, we're going to bury the hatchet? Ryunosuke, shut up. You're right, though. What is the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. Okay. That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chobin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, choshi. The choice is, it's just a cherry chittle chite. The point is, it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this, well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I would visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Well, I guess. Unfortunate for your ancestors. His face. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh! Do you think you should be manhandling the exhibit, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Oh, that's him. Ah! What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. The black monocle! Mr. Naruto, is it possible that this man is... Yes. Enoch Dripper! The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed it is? Okay, there it is. Indeed it is! Mr. Sholmes! This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then, the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved for my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head. Toot the sweet, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. Very hungry Iris still awaits my return in Baker Street, preferably with rations. Rations. Ah! Do you know, though, something about this room is strange? Strange? What do you mean? Well, the display in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mrs. Sato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educate you a little about the nature of the incident involving the professor 10 years ago. You probably should. Wait, I haven't examined the headless body yet. This must be the killer. The fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so, according to what Madame Tuspel said. He killed 5 victims, all nobles of royal blood. And Waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know, it looks like it would start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps I should examine it in a little more detail. Oh. So, this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by the guillotine? But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost? Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Show absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it? That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum? And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been any reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means that we don't know the face of the infamous professor looks like, do we? Oh! There's something caught inside the convict's jacket here. Look. It looks like a piece of broken glass. And quite a big piece, too. It's very thick, isn't it? About size 5 times thicker than normal glass window, I'd say. Ah, I get it now. So they use this wax figure as a body double for the hacked experiment. It's kind of weird that where could such a thick piece of glass have come from? And I suppose it should have been made. It should be thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as a big building, for example. Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too. You don't mean... Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside the Waxwork's jacket? does make you think, doesn't it? A piece of glass. Oh, right. Wait, shit. Oh, fuck. Earlier, in the court, we established that Kidesi's experiment was a trick, and now we discovered a fragment of glass here in his waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? That's it? That's it. Okay, let's look at the camera. Oh, there's blood. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells the time by the rumbling of his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch. Oh no! Oh no! Poor Professor Mikotomo. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows. Just here. There seems to be some very dark red stains, but why would it be there? Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Why? Oh, look! The cover came open. Yes. Now, where would the glass plate is? There should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take. See? Is something wrong? There's no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Of course, Sato-san, she looks devastated. Okay, so we were supposed to find the blood. I guess finding a picture there would be too easy. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it's wide. Yes, it's even... I've never seen anything like that. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. Wow. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruto, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of the great structure. Huh? Examine everything. And speak. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Hi John! Welcome back! So this is the Hound of Baskerville. Oh gosh! An enormous hound? How awful! After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain. You understand? Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. Closed court? So you mean the professor's identity? As if summarized, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affairs. Oh! The very night that he was buried, the convict came back to life. Came back to life?
He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts the very scene as described by the sole witness of those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat, Enoch Drebber.
You saw it happen?
So, this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, it would say he was about 20 years old.
It's so horrifying.
Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. But for the following days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page of the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who had come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tussauds.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
Yes, that... What was he up to? The professor's act of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder.
Yes, I can imagine the impact that case must have had.
But in no time, of course, the rumors abated. So too, the talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale.
But why did people stop believing it?
Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of. As we established the fact.
What do you mean by no resurrection?
The police investigated the grave at Lowgate Cemetery and published the findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No, but that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard from him since. It is rather striking then that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's impossible. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe that incident was an out-and-out lie. Oh! Okay. Hi, Gina. Long time no see. What the bleeding Nora Otto? What have you gone and done? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? Why do you still have that gun? I asked Iris and she said that it's Virgin B, so... Gina! Fuck. I skipped that. Not so loud in the museum. Madame Tussauds will have you take position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be more pressing concerns. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so you still have that? Stop! So, alright, Gina, we understand, but please put the gun down. She's so cute. Sorry, I all got scared.
You should try being the one at the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me in? What you think? I found it! We found the Dodgy Cove's workshop! What? You found booby! Well, Thomas knows took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in drag, so come on! Why is she constantly blasting? I have no idea. But apparently there's limited ammo left, so here's to hoping. That's the address. I got the boss to write down. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Oh, this is a new sprite. Oh, well then, see you there. Oh, she looks so smug and cute. She's so cute. Oh. Here you go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here. Staying still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Scholes! You're coming! Oh, he is indeed coming. Your words heartened me, I must say, but if I were to shrink my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be— Forget that! I'll pay for every— You don't know! I'll pay for everything! Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow! I shall hail your carriage at once! No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go! Ooh, there's a... That looks like... Oh! It's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally. Ah, so you got it then. Gina! Well done for finding this place. And in such little time, you've really worked miracles. It's Tobi's got a miracle worker. He's sniffing the name cards. No. Ah, I thought you'd not show up before long. What's in that face? Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. It looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. Sadly not. We didn't find a soul here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to the clue you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Gregson, you're an alright dude. Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to stoop around here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensics investigation teams are underway here as we speak. Them again. Imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Van Zeeks is a prosecutor, that's basically a lawyer. Right. So then, my dear fellows, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find here. Ah. Inconspicuous trophy? Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. Ryunosuke. I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. Have you never seen a fucking trophy before? That's sad. It's a Royal Society's trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist can wish of no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? Shut the fuck up. No. I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than the conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more with you, madame. And how about you, Mr. Naruto? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. Both of them, both these pink bitches. Just one bitch, the other one is a fine lady. Are making fun of me. Everyone is so mean to me. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious though, isn't it? You wouldn't expect such an important trophy to be proudly displayed, not haphazard cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. Okay, what can we pick up from that? Cabinets? Wait, fuck. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruto. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the sky. Is that how the trick will be described? Is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes, but real aeroplanes would actually fly high into the sky. Well, suspended from somewhere even higher than the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported. I know, right? Airplanes are death traps. So to you, the solution is ever taller towers. Wait, I think this is just one whole piece of it. Arrows, there we go. Oh no, the music stopped. Did I accidentally advance? I wanted to explore more! Shit, I haven't saved in a while too. Fuck. It's a European-style quiver of arrows with 3 bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Trevor was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes in the whole scam. It belongs to Mr. Enoch. Okay, nice to know. Oh, okay. Good thing it didn't advance. Door. This door doesn't want to open. Looks like it got pretty hefty lock on it. There's special locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till we get here. Okay, good. With permission, Inspector. I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. And one's giving it to you. And no one's giving it to you. I just noticed that sprite. It looks so smug. Wait, I need to screen cap that. This looks like a meme format. Gregson looks as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sign of anybody on the other side. No, Rubber must have fled at the first sign of danger. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation of a Scientific Equipment Act. there would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the crown and the government. Right. You little shitheads. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. Now all this change dropped on the floor on nothing. Not even a bone for Toby, my dear fella. Gina, you're getting caught. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just those two, Mrs. Sato. Oh, that scared the shit out of me, fuck. Oh, is something wrong, Mrs. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I ordered it all. What you reckon, Toby? Oh. Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. He ran away. Oh no, there's another door. Oh my! Someone is in there! Ah! This rotten bleeding lock! Mother Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were countenance, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine. I'll take the rap for it. Oh, Gregson! Just get us through that blasted door. He fumed. There, you may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Shit, I haven't investigated the top yet. Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond this door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. I have a sword. And Susato has her hand, so... And Gina has a gun. Ouch, oh my god, that hurt my eyes. There's a bomb. What's happening here? I haven't investigated the top of that machine yet. Why is everything upside down? Rats! There ain't no one here at all. There ain't no one here after all. But there must be! It was only moments ago when we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away. But there's only one door into this room. And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. There's a footprint. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Gregson! We're not that close yet. You asked that on the third date. Follow me. And what are we have here then? The fucking... Oh, Jesus. Looks like someone's been trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? The Professor Herbert's bombing machine, is it? Blimey! If it had these, there'd be no need to muck about this, investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor in the foot of the pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly before the forensics investigation team arrives too. Shows. I just want to make sure. I want to look up. I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to miss a thing. Okay. There wasn't really anything else here. Oh, and I already... Whatever dialogue it was, I already have it. So, okay. Back room. This safe looks suspicious. It's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although, if he were a thief, he would just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly what sort of underhand trick. For that underhand trick, Mr. Naruto. Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important. Books, bed, everything turn around, balloon. That's a really lovely model. It looks just like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft at the same principle as a full-size balloon, using gas. A green flying balloon. Does have the hallmark of an amazing deception at the great exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here, in this very workshop? Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't ever in this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruto. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy as in here per se. It's that everything is literally upside down. But why? Footprints. There's no denying it, is there? They're footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Susato shoot up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean? I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruto. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. And bomb. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruto. Yes, in a point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like that before. But it looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped. Ah! Mrs. Sato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? Did you say? A time bomb? I'm sorry, but... What is a time bomb exactly? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruto. I won't take that as a compliment. Ah. You don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruto. But this particular specimen is no bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness, but then what is it? I see, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. For I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. Okay, suck my dick, Sholmes. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mr. Sato. Here we go. Great deduction coming, shit. Once again, I can draw two conclusions for the scene. We see before us. The first is that the invented nature of the room, furniture in this room, is the work of Dreba himself. Oh, but how could you? And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor here is without question completely genuine.
Please, Mr. Schultz, you must explain everything.
It would be a pleasure. After all, it is the great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer parts of the trade. Shit, it's kinda cute like this. Wait, I just gotta remove my screenshots. I haven't sent it anywhere yet. Man, I take a new screenshot of this. It's very cute, okay? It's very cute. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. I really wish we had a voice clip of him laughing. I don't think we have.
Oh, you deflected the Inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done!
You're too kind, my dear madame. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. I'm running out of water. Kindly stand just there, Mrs. Sato.
Oh, yes. I'll be delighted.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Wait, who's here to discount it now? Because we don't have like the actual, what do you call? Culprit here to disprove anything. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Also, if every item on the floor had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that?
Indeed, the key here is... Oh, there's a save. Is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. The save password! For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness!
The invented furniture reveals the truth about the invented, I gave up. I quite understand your skepticism, Mrs. Sato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction and my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day. It's always been waggish, but really this is in the realm of fantasy for now. He's just like pulling shit out of his ass.
But, why does it have a clock on it?
A most relevant question indeed. This is a timing device that controls even when the gravity direction will switch. There's clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore global gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber. Before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Because gravity was reversed. Missing NG. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer's friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain this action is above our heads. Yes, it is possible that there are footprints here. Oh shit, this is Susato that shows. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? And a question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, madame. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of a nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylights, that is. Oh man, I love this. The theatrics took like a level up since the last game. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling is very high, Mr. Scholes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was concerned with cornered with nowhere to run, so escape from the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Right? These are really good. Also, I just got a notification on my computer that we have record high heats. I'm dying, send help. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And, possibly, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. He said great, so bottoms up. She wasn't even listening. You know what? If I had a puppy too, same. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. That thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean? I would say that with the man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it. But my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, would you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. What was it? Yes, I had a feeling I read it in something that Mr. Sato let me once. I don't know. I just kind of saw it flash, I didn't notice the actual heat. But it really has been hot. Like, we have 2 air conditioning in the room. And both of them have to be like, we open them like consecutively. Is that the word? Yeah. On the day we have one open, and then at night we rest that and open the other one, because it really is that hot. You cannot survive here without air conditioning. She said objection! Actually, there is one thing, Mr. Schultz. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was. It slowly coils to the wall. But Mr. Trevor had used it to escape in a way you described. Wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find. 2 ropes. Yee. And as evidence as such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, how skillfully unraveled. The argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Jones the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great detection will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Trevor gets too far away. Right? We're literally dancing around in this room and he's just running away. If you're ready, then let us resume. I managed to refill my water up to half again because it was literally going empty. Oof, yeah, it's really hot. Global warming. Ain't it a bitch, babes? Now, like Sholmes, logic and reasoning spectacular. Okay, I'm gonna skip over all the same bullshit he says. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! Okay, I'm gonna skip all of this until we get to like a point. That's safe! It's bothering me. This one I really like. I really like the cinematography of that. All things considered about this game. To think gravity could have been reversed in the very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Shows could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Ooh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mr. Sato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? Fuck, he said great. I will say though, this drinking game of mine is keeping me hydrated, while refusing to part with his dream of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if we can examine this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely. Reveal more proof that shows what exactly the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Awkward angle? Upright base. Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that! I know, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment. But the flowers are thriving. Somehow, it makes you think that the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? Wow, aren't you poetic today? To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me. Okay, it's all inverted furniture. All of it is just inverted furniture. the safe. Excuse me. Ah, look, Mrs. Sato. Then everything seems to be upside down in here. The safe is conspicuously right up it. Yes, that's true. I didn't forward that. That skipped by itself. But look more closely at the safe's feet. Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing the floor. Think before you speak. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there. I certainly didn't say that. Oh shit, I can't save here. Fuck, I'm fucked up. Can I do this and no. I haven't saved in a while. I want to say it's the safe because the safe is the password for the safe is clearly written underneath the sofa. Clearly it reveals the truth. Oh no, it's talking about the gravity. Clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. So it would be this, right? Because it's the only one that's upright. Yep, that's it. See, this is my problem. The upright base clearly reveals the truth about the gravity plate. I give up. Like, I know something and I want to present something because I know it's gonna come into play, but then I don't read like the prompts earlier. Like, I would have picked the save because I just wanted to get to inside it, but clearly they were talking about like gravity, so the vase would have made the most sense. I'm just impatient. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, you have surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps. I'm gay. No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that the furniture in this room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. Unlike the large see, he was gonna fucking strike me if I proposed to save. And unlike the large safe here, there's nothing affixed to the floor. And the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Oh, he's so cute. Now that we know that the contrivances is not, in fact, an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So, whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all now. Well, let's look around and see what the answer presents itself. Ooh, this is awkward. What do they have to say about this? They've already established that the gravity wasn't actually reversing it. In other words, there isn't an anti-gravity device at all, which makes me very curious to what sort of device it is. But I think right now it's clear that we're looking for an answer elsewhere. Okay, they didn't have like a snooty remark about it. Ooh, coal burning heater. That's a coal burning heater, I think, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but it's not just for heating, you know. You can grill on it, bake on it, boil and steam things in it. It serves all sorts of purposes.
That seems like having your cake and eating it too. Not unlike the heated kotatsu table with a nabe hot pot, a Mikan orange, a cat, and an elderly relative.
Oh, you mean it seems too much? I suppose perhaps it does. But you realize only some of those things on your list are edible, don't you?
No, don't present that. Yeah, it's a save. Look, there's something written in the underside of this armchair.
Oh, yes, safe. 432582.
Safe? As in safe and secure?
As in secure lockable box, I think.
Oh no! RIP! Yeah, I was having issues with Twitch earlier. They were literally disconnecting me every 2 minutes, which isn't new, but admittedly more likely. Well, there's a large safe vaulted on the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So you mean this number would let us open it?
I wonder why it's in here, though.
Yes, the reason why everything is here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely, I believe Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it. For people's forgetful souls and hearts, and always have a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself would have been more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in, and had to turn my room upside down to find it. Ryunosuke, you're a charming idiot. That's it. When people are forgetful souls and hearts, and always forget what they've noted things down.
Not if you always note things in the same place.
Oh! I actually won the second prize, you know. And they're just having a very nice chat. Remember what they said earlier about, oh, we should make this quick so that Enoch Drebber doesn't get away. Oh, anyway, I lost my lottery ticket last year because I couldn't remember what book I wrote it on. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I turned the room upside down. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe I'd proven my point. Which is what is this very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he had written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which he could now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to look at the combination code that would unlock the safe. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. Okay, oh. Let's move this on to a new part.
Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can explain it, then how did the footprints get there?
Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve.
I can't think of any other way to explain it at all.
Ooh!
Ooh! Life was so much simpler on the halcyon days when gravity could be reversed.
That was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place.
Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into the situations in the first place. You know, gonna eat him up. balloon? What the hell? It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look. Oh, yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown in there and became lodged? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes to the ceiling though? Oh dear. That's beyond me, I'm afraid. The reason for a footprints to the ceiling is because it's a nearby skyline. I think that's the only thing. This is gas balloon, isn't it? Yeah, it's, I think you're right. It's helium, just keeping it up. A green balloon. If you need a footprint on the balloon too, look. Oh, yes, it sure is good. Though, what does it tell us, though? Oops, sorry. I was filing my nails while they were talking. It's because of the nearby. Where's the button? Shoot! The reason there are footprints in the ceiling is because of this nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints here all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? The green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar, Zeta. Ah! It was a piece of the green balloon envelope that Mr. Narada and Iris found in the scene. Inside the balloon that Mr. Guts that Master Guts, oh my god, the child claims he saw above the stage the incident occurred. Was the second birdcage the crest of the whole instantaneous Connexus deception? You mean to say, if we assume the balloon in the model in there is a model of the one used today, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence, why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Ah! Most notably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became prisoner in those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine the balloon. If only there were some way we could see its side. You may recall that I found this at the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope? To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So, we just throw the rope at the balloon and then pull it down to the ground, which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, don't we? Oh my god, I hope they let Ryunosuke handle the crossbow. He is trained in Kyudo. Can I save? Oh my god, I'm glad I have the save option here. It's been a while, I'm scared. Let's hit it with a crossbow! Come on, dude, do it! To reach the intended destination, with what better tool than this crossbow? That was found in the scene, in fact, and in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing his shoe at such a critical time as this. So, So, shall we? This curiosity is deeply stirred your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside the balloon? A head? Ah! What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is! A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So, we can't see the face inside it, please. Just a moment, this is the head of the waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh, goodness! I see you have joined the dots, Mrs. Sato. Excellent. Ah, of course. A headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that... Whoa, fuck! The words are getting to my head. I'm slowly getting a headache. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspels will now have to settle with a sizable account with me. This, as you now summarize, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. But why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspels and returning it, sans Tate, earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Ugh. Can we open the safe? Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows, as all that remains is to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? It seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man will still be here in this room. What? And this location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this election. Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room, the safe. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do me the honors? I want to look at this first. Oh, that is so creepy. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you can remove the mask without the mask yourself if it's put on you. But a terrible way to treat someone, even a convict criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch in your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Oh my god. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. Is that it? I'm guessing we're not gonna return this to Madame Tuspels then. Oh wait. Yeah, we haven't. Metal Pike here. Like forensics, fostering burgeoning talents from the future scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly, Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. This music is fun. That's it? That's it? That's the only thing here? That's weird. Huh? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the wardrobe. Wait. Oh shit, I can't save. If you need to hide, there's no better place than a wardrobe. I stand firmly by that. Ah, yes, you had some experience of that in yourself years ago, didn't you? We'll find him there. Mark my words. He'd be curled up in a ball, trembling and hungry. In fact, my own hands are trembling just thinking about making the discovery. Never mind, Mr. Naruto. He could be hiding somewhere else, you know. Look at all the mess in front of the safe. Yes, plans and accounting ledgers. Almost as if somebody was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact. Yep. Ah, fuck. Awkward angles. Before we gained access to this room, we heard noises from in here. God, the ambience is scary. Yeah, I really love this. It's kind of like a different tone from his usual one too, and I really love it. The audio here is amazing, which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at the point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe, and pressed for time, he made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process, from which we could deduce that this search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Anektribber is, at this very moment, inside the safe. Thus conclude her luck shows great. Oh my god, I was like two burps. I tried to talk through it and it still it demanded to be heard. And that was a great sight, like I said, of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Okay, is anyone gonna get him out? So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? No? What if it's dangerous? What else? Let's see, the combination was 1432582. I knew that! Alright then, here goes. You good, bruh? Oh shit, what voice do I give this decrepit old fool? It's only 33 apparently. You found me. Man has the moves. Oh my god. I love that. He just broke into dance. Right then, sir. Mr. Anektribber, I presume. Correct. Ooh, I like the hand though. Very, very cool. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Harebrained with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tussbos as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions, he's not exactly fruity. The thing is, he's not exactly fruity, but that was talent. Personally, I would advise that you to activate my little parcel first. He's getting it, bro. He's getting it. He's getting his ass on that dance floor. To activate your parcel. I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in the most prominent position. Ah! Ha! Ha, ha, I see. Oh, so he's robotic. Okay, I'll try to do that. Man has the moves. Ha, ha, ha. I see. Stunned silence. Oh, that's a smile though. Fuck. You're all gearing up to die with me then. Jesus. No! Mr. Sholmes! With only 7 seconds to spare! Oh wow, I wouldn't want to see that. That was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already. And are you trying to get us... Are you trying to help us get the killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance of an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I might say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist! Phew, I couldn't push it. I better push it, Mr. Sholmes. Wait, we're actually investigating? We're actually having a conversation with this dude? Okay. What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? You need to screw me down any further. Everything is here. Precisely what it seems. Yeah. Well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Trapper. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling in the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling. Oh no, the puns in this, man. I'm gonna hate it because it's on theme with my aesthetics. I am a gear, a rogue of gears. And fuck it if I'm not going to take any puns on my... Fuck, I don't know. I'm losing it. My head is hurting, guys. Ah, that would have been me. Oh! For some reason, I woke in a fine fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember a combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit the skylight, but sadly, the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon amongst the rafters. Oh yeah, I didn't notice. Did he have like a missing shoe? And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this parcel ticking. Okay, but quick question. How do you plan to get out of that safe from the inside? Well, I had no intentions of being nailed by the police. Got a death wish there, have ya? Hiding right behind the ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specifically designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. Honestly, that would be like, considering what we saw, Dars, that would be like those tropes where like break dancer and ballet dancer have a dance off, and honestly, I'm here for it. So, in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. Why are there so many like red herring red text with him? Like that precisely didn't need to be read. But once you've climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. Ah, there it is. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to splinters in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? Clearly, Gregson, that's kinda established. No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Aha. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But there's seemingly endless discord in here through a spanner in the works. It really is. We're just a bunch of idiots here, man. Gregson, if looks could kill. There's something wrong, Gregson. Do I have something on my face? Besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on in here. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork bottle you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal its killer's identity. I did consider carrying it around as... That's enough! Oh god. Ooh, I love her theme. Her theme kind of reminds me of Van Zeek's for some reason. Come on, we can't keep doing this. You can't keep stealing the vampire theme, lady. It's taken. You have to go for something else. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have the sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well... Dr. Sith again, so the forensic investigation team are here. Van Zeeks! And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer to access him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. Well, it's getting transferred to France. You lot, leave at once. But where's Van Zeeks? Madam, there's no need for such threatening tone, I assure you. After all, there's no way to greet an old acquaintance. You know each other. Is it, Dr. Sith? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Sith? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out. She's a Van Zeek stan. Wait, how old is she? She's 39, so yes, plenty of time to stand for Van Zeeks, all when she was born 6 years ago. I'm kidding. Get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves to the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? It would appear that our delightful entertaining investigations have run its course for today. But Mr. Sholmes! Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out! Now! All of you! Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Aww, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and this whole workshop would have been blown to bits. there was a time bomb set in here, and that is here that is lot disarmed. Inspector. Oh Jesus. Something giving you the chuckle, has it, Trevor? So sorry. Why is he messing with the colors of the text? That's freaking me out. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Gino, don't tell me you're holding another one. Gina! What are you... That one? You mean... Ah, bitch! I hope no one is there. I have Van is in there. Dang. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Herbert's invention and all his secrets were blown away forever. I mean, I have to... That's where it ends? Oh, that's naughty of you, game. That's very naughty. Very naughty indeed. And see here, when Dart, here, investigation prosecutor's office, huh? Okay, that was a high note. I would definitely want to leave the stream at that. Also, I've been streaming for like what, 4 hours now. Oof, my back. Ooh. I stretched and like 3 of my spinal cords just cracked. Yeah. Ooh, that was good. That was a good one. And I like that so far it looks like Drebber is gonna be an intelligent I don't know, culprit, that's the word, culprit. So we're gonna be fighting for our lives here in the prosecution. In the trial tomorrow, which is nice, which is exciting, which is fun. I'm excited for it, and I kind of also like though that wouldn't wait, yeah, it's yeah, I was gonna confuse because the thing with this is that I'm fighting for Hairbrain, but at the same time I will have to be pushing for like Drebber's accusation though, because we're gonna put the blame on him, and I don't know how it'll play out then, because I feel like Van Zieks would also want to like incriminate Drebber, right? Because he's clearly like someone corrupt who's used some like underhanded means and stuff like that, and that's basically all of Van Zieks' targets. So it's gonna be fucking weird to me that I'm gonna come there. I'm gonna come into the trial, guns blazing, to point all of the fault at Drebber, and then Van Zieks is gonna somehow fight me on it or something. Yeah, I don't know. So that's another thing I'm looking forward to. Like, how would they handle that for the trial? I'll just stab myself. Thank you so much for dropping by, Darth. I don't know, because based on the trials yesterday, like I did 2 trials and they only amounted to like what, 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours. So maybe I don't know if it'll be actually short. He really is. But yeah, I wonder if it's gonna be a case, because I will absolutely lose my fucking shit if it's Van Zix and I working together to like put the blame on Drebber, and it's Drebber's gonna have to like defend himself because clearly he's smart, he's capable, he knows how to cover his tracks. But ooh, if it's gonna be like ooh Van Zix and me teaming up together, I would like. But yeah, I feel like the trials are a bit shorter here, or maybe that was just because it was the first part. Um, so I'm assuming I can finish the trials this case tomorrow, but we'll have to see. And as usual, it is going to be at the same time. I will avoid eating something that's potentially poisonous tomorrow so that I won't cause any more close calls. So thank you, Dar, for dropping by, and everyone else who dropped by for the stream. It was a really fun stream, and but even saying that, I'm still getting a bit of a headache because of that, because I've been staring at it for so long. So I will be signing off. Now. See y'all tomorrow. Janne, bye bye. You know where to find me, and you know when to find me. Bye bye.